Ini mereka.
Sampai dari
nanti karep. Cik apa cik dekat banget.
kosong semuanya. Itu semuanya
Ada yang tidak korban sama. Pas bagian depan ya.
Di sini di depan sini. Apa kamu gitu lagi? Gitu lagi. Oh, mereka semua.
Sedikit.
Suara tidak ada tuh.
Ini sudah unmute, tapi dia sudah belum baru masih tes, tapi belum mulai. Pakai itu. Ini saya coba ini. Tapi biasanya Azromul langsung begini bisa.
Saya coba. Belum ada suara sedikit pun yang masuk.
Mungkin belum.
Ya, mungkin belum.
Biasanya belum juga.
Biasanya.
Kalau animal baik, sudah tinggal masukkan. Udah depan itu. Ya. Selamat pagi warga Wilhelmus. Dengar suara. Oh ini om ini dirinya.
Ada satu Wilhelmus.
Oh ini yang semua merah. Oh ini. Kakaknya om Billy, om Porti orang. Oh, tamu.
Sekali lagi kita tes audio ini. Selamat pagi. Adik-adik satu Wilhelmus. Sudah lihat semua pada siap. Bapak Ibu peserta webinar gabung.
Pagi Pak Heri.
Selamat pagi Bapak. Selamat pagi.
Ya.
Saya dengar suara tadi.
Oke, kita mau tes audio dulu Pak, tes suara. Nanti Pak Heri sebagai moderator pagi ini ya Pak.
Baik.
Apa betul Bapak Heri sebagai moderator hari ini?
Ya, betul. Saya bisa dengar sekali
Oke.
juga suara.
Oke, saya akan set Pak Heri sebagai. Oke. Ya, boleh tes bicara Pak. Jadi biar saya coba tes dengar dari sini.
Baik Pak, selamat pagi Bapak. Coba dengar suara saya bagaimana Pak?
Oke. Boleh dinaikkan lagi volume suaranya Pak? Sepertinya masih kurang terdengar jelas.
Baik Pak, saya coba lagi. Saya sudah naikkan, sudah 100%. Bagaimana Pak?
Masih agak kecil Pak. Apa Bapak bisa gunakan headset mungkin?
melihat kami punya perjuangan.
Bagaimana sekarang, Pak? Ya, halo.
Um,
Suara saya.
headset sudah dicolok ya, Pak?
Sudah. Saya sudah colok, Pak. Sudah terdengar suara Bapak di telinga saya cukup jelas.
Oke. Saya coba pagi ini juga sudah ada Pak Edi.
Pak Edi,
Pak Frederikus,
pagi.
saya coba apakah suaranya terdengar?
Selamat pagi, Pak Juan.
Ya. Oke.
Ya, Pak Juan, terima kasih ya. Selamat pagi.
Pagi, Pak. Baik, Pak Heri, sekarang sudah terdengar jelas. Baik, Pak.
Ya,
Jadi,
terima kasih. Saya standby.
menggunakan ini ya.
Saya pakai headset.
Pakai headset. Baik, Pak. Terima kasih.
Ya. Sama-sama, Pak Juan. Pak Edi, selamat pagi.
Pak Edi, selamat pagi.
Poa Mode, kita ketemu lagi.
Pak Juan, Poa Mode artinya selamat pagi.
Oh, baik.
Oh, Pak Juan, ini kami pakai bahasa sono ini, bahasa
Baik,
Gunung
Pak.
Bromo. Selamat pagi. Poa Mode.
Tidak apa, Pak. Tidak apa. Sekaligus belajar jadinya. Itu dua kata.
Iya, Pak Juan. Pak Edi, jadi sambil omong-omong buat persiapan sedikit, kan kita bagaimana masukan dari Pak Edi toh. Jadi nanti hari ini beliau Pak Bupati juga yang buka acara kita ya.
Ya.
Baik. Nanti di welcome and opening remarks nanti dari Pak Edi, nanti baru langsung minta Pak Bupatinya yang buka ya.
Betul, Bapak. Betul, Pak.
Baik. Pak Dr. Edi yang dari Australia sudah gabung? Belum?
Belum. Mereka bergabung jam 11.
Bapak Edi Nuryatno sudah bergabung. Baru saja joining.
Sudah. Oh ya, baik. Pak Edi Nuryatno.
Selamat pagi semuanya.
Selamat pagi, Pak Edi. Selamat ketemu lagi. Waduh, ini kita pernah ketemu dulu. Ini makin tipis ya, Pak Edi. Apa kabar, Pak?
Baik, Pak. Terima kasih. Semoga kabar yang baik juga semua nih di NTT.
Ya, Pak. Terima kasih. Baik, Pak. Saya hari ini dari Maumere, cuaca cerah, bagus. Kemarin sedikit hujan, hari ini lumayan. Ya, mudah-mudahan cerah terus sampai acara kita selesai nanti.
Amin.
Lagi kita tunggu Ibu Mary Jane, Pak Gary, dan Pak Aaron.
Selamat pagi, Pak Rutredi.
Good morning, Mary Jane.
Good morning. Good morning, Pak.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Mary. Good morning from Flores.
Pagi.
Selamat pagi. Luar biasa. Sudah tahu selamat pagi ini ya. Kami senang sekali dengar Ibu Mary bilang selamat pagi. Very happy to hear that you say good morning in Indonesia. Selamat pagi.
Yes, I've traveled to Bali on a number of occasions.
Inilah sih kita suara.
Yes, my connection is a little bit unstable. But so far, can you hear me, Mary?
Yes, I can.
Good. So if you've been to Bali, then it's very close to be in Flores one day.
Okay, lovely.
Okay. We wait for Pak Gary and Pak Aaron.
Selamat pagi Pak Dr. Edi.
Good morning, Pak Edi.
Good morning Pak. Good morning Mary Jane.
Ada yang belum unmute kok, ada yang belum unmute.
Ada sedikit kendala di audionya Ibu Mary mungkin.
Ya, ya.
Ya, tidak apa-apa Pak. Saya bisa dengar suara Bapak. Mungkin coba lagi di Ibu Mary-nya.
Good morning,
Well,
everyone.
now time is,
Good,
yes Pak. Silakan Pak. Terus Pak.
yeah, good morning, Mr. Edi Nuriatno, Miss Mary Jane, Mr. Heribertus Ajo, and Mr.
Good morning Pak.
Federico Seljago.
Good morning Pak.
I'm Juan. I will be hosting I will be acting as a host Zoom for today, but for the whole webinar will be hosted by Mr. Heribertus Ajo. And I would like to mention a few things. I have received the materials from all the speakers, but I'm afraid I cannot open the attachment from Mr. Edi Nuriatno. So yeah, so but I've set you a co-host. So if you'd like to share screen, that it's already there.
Yeah.
Or you can send me the materials, and I will share screen that for you.
No worries, Mr. Juan. No problem. I can see I already have the facility to share the screen, so all good.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So thank you very much, Pak Juan, for the information. Should we start our webinar by now, or we are waiting a little bit? Now the time is already 11:04. As our schedule, we should start on time at 11. But anyway, I would like to ask you before we start. Pak Juan.
Pak Edi.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to ask probably 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, to set all things. So
Okay.
probably we can start at 10:05. Sorry, 11:05.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you.
Well, I would like to check once again, Pak Edi Nurmanto. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Ibu Mary Jane, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. One, Pak Edi, and we are waiting for Pak Aaron, and I think they will be on the second session, I think, so they may be late. But if they are now already here, it's no problem to join together. Pak Gary and Pak Aaron, Mr. Gary and Mr. Aaron. Okay, Pak Edi, you give me sign if we should start, okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Pak Heri, because the internet in Hawaii right now is still low. So probably 1-2 minutes.
Okay. Okay, Pak, no problem, Pak.
I just received a message from Aaron. He said that he have a problem with Zoom, but will be here shortly.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the information, Pak Juan.
Love the background of the wood there. It's remind me of Indonesia.
Yes, my audio is also sometimes unstable. Pak Juan, yes.
Frederikus El Jago, mungkin bisa dikecilkan volume suara di kamera utamanya yang ada di depan laptopnya. Jadi tidak ada feedback ke suara dari speaker
baik.
HP. Baik. Pak Frederikus
Baik, Pak.
Untuk Pak Heri sudah oke? Tidak ada masalah.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Oke.
Terima kasih, Pak Juan. Terima kasih. Oke, Pak Freddy. Bisa Pak Juan, saya dapat informasi Pak Gary juga sedang setting dan kita bisa mulai saja dulu pesan dari Pak Gary. Pak Edi
Ya, Pak Juan.
juga.
Can you hear me?
Boleh tes suaranya Pak Freddy?
Tidak bisa dengar ya, Pak.
Masih kecil, boleh. Boleh tes suara Pak Freddy?
Putus-putusan. Lalu
Pak Freddy boleh tes suara? Boleh nyalakan suara dari handphonenya? Coba. Yang di handphone menggunakan nama apa? Oke, ini baru join ya.
Ya,
Coba.
Pak Juan.
Baik. Yang ada di laptop itu suaranya di volume dikecilkan dan di mute. Laptop itu menggunakan nama apa? Coba berbicara. Coba Pak Freddy berbicara.
Kelihatan Pak Freddy masih ada problem.
Sudah jalan, Bos. Di unmute.
Pak Berto mungkin bisa
Pak
bantu.
Juan, masih dengar suara? Ya.
Pak, boleh dites suaranya Pak Freddy?
Can you hear me?
Kurang jelas. Sumber suara bisa menggunakan dari handphone jika kurang jelas. Sedangkan laptop yang digunakan sebagai Zoom itu di laptopnya itu Zoom-nya menggunakan nama apa? Akunnya, join-nya. Tadi awal kita join Zoom, Pak Freddy menggunakan kamera laptop kan ya?
Laptop tadi ya.
Nah itu tadi join dengan nama akun apa? Itu coba dikecilkan dulu suaranya. Sumber feedbacknya dari laptop. Jika handphone mau dijadikan audio utama, laptopnya yang dimatikan suaranya. coba suaranya.
Baik.
Yang di laptopnya boleh di mute dulu, karena yang menjadi feedbacknya dari laptop. Oke, dicoba lagi.
Ya, Roberto. Ya, Pak Juan.
Ya, saya bisa dengar suaranya Pak Edi, saya bisa dengar Pak Juan. Mudah-mudahan suara saya juga bisa didengar di situ.
Pak,
Jam kita sudah menunjukkan jam 11.15.
Pak Berto bisa dengar saya? Baik, saya coba bantu dari sini. Nah, itu di komputernya, di Zoom-nya, di bagian sound, ada tanda panah. Coba diklik, lalu leave computer audio. Jadi sumber suara hanya dari handphone. Yang di komputer, di Zoom-nya, di bagian audio, ada tanda panah. Ada diklik, lalu nanti ada pilihan leave computer audio. Jadi kita matikan komputer audio dari laptop. Bisa dicoba. Zoom yang ada di laptop, di gambar audionya, di samping mute ada tanda panah, diklik, lalu pilih leave computer audio. Jadi laptop itu hanya untuk monitor saja. Lalu audio yang di handphone dinyalakan kembali.
Baik, Pak Juan, selamat dengar.
Masih ada feedback. Atau gunakan kamera dari laptop saja deh. Seperti yang tadi di awal kita bicara.
Ya.
Pak Berto, bisa set Bapak Direktur Freddy menggunakan kamera dari laptop saja. Seperti tadi kita awal bincang-bincang. Jadi tidak menggunakan kamera dari luar. Kembalikan ke kamera laptop saja.
Saya berharap audio saya juga baik-baik saja ya.
Pak Juan? Pak Juan?
Saya mendengar suara Pak Edi, tapi bukan Pak Juan ya.
Pak Juan dengar?
Terdengar tapi masih kecil suaranya.
mendengar suara saya?
Ya. Sebentar. Saya coba remote saya dari sini. Sudah saya set komputer Pak Edi, Pak Freddy untuk mati. Sekarang nyalakan audio yang dari handphone. Yang dari handphone dinyalakan. Dicoba suaranya apakah sudah bisa? Pak Freddy coba berbicara. Coba Pak Freddy berbicara. Pak Freddy, suara, tes suara.
Pak Juan?
Ya, oke. Jelas. Baik, kita setting seperti ini aja. Coba Pak Freddy berbicara lagi.
Ya, Pak Juan, selamat pagi.
Oke, ya baik. Sudah jelas. Lebih baik seperti ini. Ya, silakan Pak Heri.
Baik. Pak Freddy, apakah kita sudah bisa mulai? Pak Freddy, di Politeknik, apakah kita sekarang sudah bisa mulai, Pak? Pak Juan, bisa dengar suara saya? Saya khawatir jangan sampai audio saya juga tidak bisa didengar oleh Pak Freddy.
Jelas, Pak Heri, jelas.
Oh baik, terima kasih Pak, terima kasih. Pak Freddy?
Pak Berto.
Pak Freddy?
Tidak kedengaran dari sini.
Pak Freddy?
Di sini tidak dengar.
Pak Freddy?
Ya.
Bapak Ibu peserta lainnya bisa mendengar suara saya? Yang bisa dengar, mohon feedbacknya. Ya, kita bersabar sedikit ya, kita menunggu ada sedikit 1-2 hal yang berkaitan dengan audionya Pak Freddy. Pak Juan sedang berusaha keras nih. Kalau saya sudah dapat konfirmasi dari Pak Edi kita bisa mulai, maka kita akan mulai.
Baik. Pak Freddy, boleh dicoba suaranya menggunakan suara dari laptop saja? Ya, coba.
Pak Juan, selamat pagi.
Ya.
Saya kira sudah. Pak Edi bisa dengar suara saya, Pak?
Saya dengar.
Baik, kita bisa mulai, Pak?
Boleh.
Boleh. Baik. Baik, sekali lagi saya sapa semua kita hari ini. Selamat pagi. Civitas Academica Santo Wilhelmus Boawai dan seluruh partisipan yang hadir di acara webinar kita pagi ini. Salam sehat selalu, ladies and gentlemen, especially for my guest speaker from Australia, Pak Dr. Eddie and Ibu and Mrs. Mary Jane. Welcome and good morning, special for both of you, and we may start our webinar meeting right now. Can you hear me, everybody? Oke, Bapak Ibu sekalian, sebagaimana kebiasaan kita, hari ini ya sebelum kita mulai dengan beberapa rangkaian acara, ini saya perlu sampaikan tema besar kita adalah the Millenial Agripreneurship, ya, the Millenial Agripreneurship, looking through the entrepreneurial opportunities from the lenses of an economic environment. Jadi, Ibu Mary Jane, to you, I have to inform that maybe the whole webinar today I will combine in my Bahasa Indonesia and English. Yeah. So far, sometimes when you start your session, then you can go ahead with your English and I will interpret in Bahasa Indonesia as far as I can. But I think in this group, some of our participants can understand in English as well. Sebagaimana kebiasaan kita, kita buka webinar kita pagi ini dengan menyanyikan lagu Politeknik Wilhelmus yang sudah mempersiapkannya, dipersilakan. Then we today with our national anthem now for them to sing our national anthem.
Tanah tumpah darahku, di sanalah aku berdiri, dari pandu hidup. Indonesia kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita bersatu, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku, semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya, untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Kita mulai dengan doa pembuka, ya, di opening prayer kepada yang bertugas. Kita persilahkan. Suara bisa didengar ya?
The Politeknik and can glorify your name. This prayer, hope and holy intention, unites your presence through the intercession of our Lord Christ and the name of the Mother.
Well, thank you very much for the praying. It was done very good in English. Yeah. I would like to check once more. Everybody can hear me? Okay. Sorry? Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya hanya mau mengecek kembali. Semuanya bisa mendengar suara saya?
Jelas, Pak.
Baik, thank you. Next is welcome and opening remarks by the Director of St. Wilhelmus Politeknik, St. Wilhelmus Bowai, Mr. Fredericus Lena. Now is the time for you, Mr. Fredericus Lena. You are pleased to have your speech. Berikutnya adalah sambutan dari Bapak Fredericus Lena untuk membuka acara kita ini. Dan kalau saya tidak salah juga ada Pak Bupati akan menghadiri acara ini. Beliau akan secara resmi membuka webinar kita.
Baik,
silakan Pak Edi.
Thank you for the time and opportunity. First of all, I'm just say sorry to everyone, all of us, because of the inconvenience thing that happened in the beginning of this event. So everyone, can you hear me? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Honorable Government Representative, the region of Nagikeo, Mr. Don Bosco Do, hopefully is joining the webinar by Zoom. Honorable Mr. President of the St. Wilhelmus Foundation, Jakarta, I hope he's also joining this webinar. Honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Edi Nuryatno, PhD, and honorable guest speaker, Ibu Mary Jane, Bapak Aaron Harun, and Pak Gary Blasius, Pak Moderator, dear participants, lecturers and students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of us.
Good morning.
On behalf of campus residents of Politeknik St. Wilhelmus, it is my pleasure to greet you all a warmest welcome, especially to all two keynote speakers and guest speakers and participants participating in this webinar. We are delighted and honored to welcome you to this international webinar held by Politeknik of St. Wilhelmus, which is located in Agripreneurship district, province of Eastern Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. Special welcome and appreciation are addressed to Bapak Dr. Edi Nuryatno, Ibu Mary Jane, Bapak Aaron Harun, Bapak Gary Blasius, and of course, Pak Moderator, and all of us who are participating in this international webinar. I strongly believe that all of us are highly dedicated to this international webinar held by Politeknik St. Wilhelmus. It is not an easy work to bring all of us together into this kind of international event. Besides of our daily routine professional requirements, we are in different locations from different continents. But nowadays, technology gives a solution that we are still able to communicate in this kind of situation and condition. One of the most important things that we felt called to make an action to share such kind of knowledge and experiences with young people, especially those who are studying in Politeknik St. Wilhelmus, about a topic that considered to be one of the most important topics of young Indonesians generally, and Flores in particular, that is agripreneur. Dear brothers and sisters, this webinar is a great occasion that all students and lecturers can get a broad perspective about an agripreneur, more specific about millennial agripreneur. Because it is approached from several different angles, we are enriched, and it will be very interesting as it will be presented by experts in their fields. Politeknik of St. Wilhelmus was established in 2003, and it's located in a rural environment in Agripreneurship Regency, East Nusa Tenggara province of Indonesia. By the founders of the school, the existence of Politeknik St. Wilhelmus is aimed to give educational access for young people to study in higher education level that because of several reasons cannot continue their study in university or polytechnic located in the city. Dear brothers and sisters, currently Politeknik St. Wilhelmus has about 175 active students and has more than 500 alumni who are involved in different fields of work. From time to time, we are trying to design all the learning activities that equip the students or alumni with the capabilities to utilize the resources in their area, especially regular agricultural resources. in this institution, and these institutions are continuously trying to bring positive impacts for the region, more specifically on better agricultural resources management and empowering young generation to enter the world of agriculture as an agripreneur. In connection with this, all of this discourse, Politeknik of St. Wilhelmus organizes this international webinar. I hope all the materials and discussions will expand our horizons on the issue and simultaneously pulling the millennials to become an agripreneur one day later. Finally, I address my sincere gratitude to keynote speaker Bapak Edi, Dr. Edi, and all guest speakers, Ibu Mary Jane, Bapak Aaron, dan Pak Gary, who have taken time to share with all of us to encourage young people on planning for a better life in the future through agricultural resources management as an agripreneur. I would also like to address my special thanks to the committee members for their efforts and commitment for conducting this webinar. I wish all of us very productive sessions. At the very last, very specially, I would like to invite Regent of Nagikeo, Bapak Dr. Wilhelmus to officially open the international webinar held by Politeknik of St. Wilhelmus today, 20th November 2021. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Edi. And the next is the time for our regent, Bapak Yohanes Don Bosco. It's your time, Pak, to officially open our webinar. It's an honor for us to welcome you in this webinar. Pak Yohanes Don Bosco, Bapak Bupati, silakan menyampaikan satu dua patah kata untuk membuka acara ini. Terima kasih. Silakan, Pak. Pak Edi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now is the time for Pak Bupati. Apakah Bapak Bupati sudah siap?
Ya Pak Eri, kami sudah hubungi Pak Bupati, tapi Pak Bupati barangkali kalau tidak sempat, nanti diberi kesempatan bicara Pak, sebentar, biar kita mulai saja kalau Pak Bupati tidak sempat. Nanti diberi kesempatan.
Terima agak putus-putus.
Baik.
Baik. The next, well, ya Pak. Pak Edi, can you hear me? Pak Juan, sorry, Pak Juan.
Ya, agak putus-putus, Pak Heri, tapi bisa terdengar.
Ya, baik. Saya tidak bisa dengar Pak Edi. Apakah kita bisa teruskan kalau Pak Bupati belum ada di Zoom begitu? Apakah begitu?
Baik Pak Heri, Pak Bupati belum bisa bergabung, kita bisa teruskan. Nanti Pak Bupati diberi kesempatan 1-2 menit untuk menyampaikan kata-kata.
Baik, baik Pak. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue our session today, Saya beri kesempatan buat adik-adik Santo Wilhelmus untuk menyanyikan Mars Santo Wilhelmus. Silakan. Saya ulangi. I repeated it again before we continue our session for the presentation. I give time for our beloved students from Santo Wilhelmus to sing their Mars songs. Silakan. You are pleased.
Politeknik Santo Wilhelmus Flores, taman pilihan pujaan nusa bunga, bagaikan dia yang sedang bernyala, kau terangi bersada, cerdaskan anak bangsa, entaskan kemiskinan, Politeknik kewenangan kami. Yang berkarya di bidang pertanian, kembangkan, lestarikan, makmur dan indah bumi Indonesia, ciptakan siap depan di semua bidang karya. Majulah kita bangun damai sejahtera rakyat Indonesia. Politeknik Santo Wilhelmus Flores, wadah pengembang sumber daya manusia. Hadirkan tunas muda profesional bagi nusa dan bangsa. Ciptakan insan tampil kreatif inovatif, Politeknik banggaan Pertiwi. Hadirkan yang tersiap di bidang pertanian, kembangkan, lestarikan, makmur dan indah bumi Indonesia, ciptakan siagakan di semua bidang karya. Majulah kita bangun damai sejahtera rakyat Indonesia.
Thank you very much. Very nice songs. Terima kasih. Kita sudah mendengar lagu yang penuh dengan spirit untuk membangun negeri kita. Thank you very much. Once again, Pak Edi, when the Bupati is ready, Pak Edi can give me sign. Then Pak Bupati can have his speech in the beginning of Pak Edi.
Yeah.
Before I continue, then if there is a progress, the news from Pak Bupati.
Still not yet. Pak Heri, can you hear me?
Yes, Pak. Yes, Pak. Silakan, Pak.
Okay. Until now, we haven't get the information from Pak Bupati. Later, if
Yes.
it is study, I will inform
Yes.
you.
Okay. Okay. Now, let's we go on as our schedule. Ibu Mary Jane, Pak Dr. Eddie, very sorry for the delay as our schedule. So now the time is 11:50. But anyway, we can make an adjustment. So far, the audio sometimes is not is unstable, but until now, I think we can continue. Now we can start direct to the presentation, Pak Edi. Teman-teman semua, kawan-kawan, partisipan, Bapak Ibu sekalian, masih bisa mendengar ya suara apa yang saya sampaikan ini. Kita akan mulai dengan presentasi, ya. Ladies and gentlemen, Pak Edi, ya, Pak Edi, Pak, halo. The internet is unstable. Can you hear me?
Which Eddie? Because we have two Eddies here.
Oh yes, sorry Pak. So Pak Dr. Eddie from Australia, Pak Dr. Eddie Triyono Nuryatno, PhD, Master of Science, and Max City Bachelor of Science. Pak Eddie, later on when the time is given to you, can you explain a little bit what is Max City on your degree? But so far, ladies and gentlemen, Pak Edi is now the second time for him to be here with us in Santo Wilhelmus with his topic, IoT World Shaping the Future Health Informatician. Yeah. So far, what is IoT? What is at the moment connection with our main tema, the main theme of our topic today, to be an agripreneur entrepreneur. Please, Pak Edi, you have the time to describe the topics and your subject now. So I give you the time and place now to have your presentation. By Dr. Eddie, you are pleased.
Thank you. I will share my screen now. Okay, everyone can see my screen. Just a confirmation before we move on.
Yes, we can see your screen, Dr. Eddie.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning, and thank you, Pak Heri, for the introduction. And hello, Pak Director. Wonderful speech. My special thanks for having me to the Politeknik St. Wilhelmus. Greeting to my fellow speakers, Mary Jane, Bang Aaron, and Gary, and also colleagues and audience. It's great to see you all sitting together in the class, just like the pre-pandemic. In this lovely morning, I will discuss the topic of IoT. IoT is Internet of Things, yeah. And don't worry too much about this topic, as I wouldn't explain anything with a complex terminology or science jargon that will make everyone confused. So just take it easy with this topic, right? I will move to the second slide. Okay, as you can see here, this is the official terminology, but let's see from the simple definition. So Internet of Things is used to connect all potential objects over the internet. To what? To comfort human life while at the same time providing a secure connection. Nowadays, we are already living in the IoT world. Within the internet infrastructure, everything has connected together and we can use it whenever we want. A simple example is like now, even though I'm sitting 5,000 kilometers away from you in Western Australia, we can meet and discuss about this topic in this lovely webinar. How? Let me explain to you. Embedded computing devices will be exposed to the internet influence. Yeah, Common instance for embedded computing devices like services, wireless sensor, software, actuators, computer devices, smartphone, your smartphone, and many more. With the aid of the internet, the IoT it tries to establish advanced connectivity among those mentioned devices in order to little by little make automation in all areas. Image all things are connected together, and all information will be interacted to each other over a standard and different protocol domain and application. Amazing, isn't it? So, you know, it's like communicating between like your smartphone, Android, and for example, my Apple phone, but they can communicate with each other. It's amazing. Imagine this for something within the agriculture and accounting. So, next slide. IoT during the pandemic. Do you know that the pandemic has accelerated the need of IT solution? A few events in our lifetime will reveal the profound impact of the COVID-19 pandemic around the world. Nation, businesses, and citizens have seen many facets of their life turned upside down. The increased demand for data insight and remote access across every business, industrial, and government landscape has created the condition for accelerated adoption of technology and they rely on the Internet of Things. So the reason for this phenomenon are many. We need the ability to connect, meet, and work with others, you know, even though it's in the COVID situation, without being physically together. Businesses, medical professionals, government need critical insight that can be delivered rapidly via connected devices and high-speed networks. In brief, I would say in here, problems are opportunities. Yes, COVID is a problem, no doubt, but also can be an opportunity to enhance the technology capacity for people. Let's see the example. Here, I would like to show you a simple YouTube channel that opened a new window for the possibility of cultural tourism. To be honest, I watch a lot this channel, then I just share it among my colleagues and friends. Surprisingly, they gave me a lot of positive feedback. They're interested to come to stay in the home or local family. They are very keen to meet the local people, learn their culture, taste the culinary, and enjoy the social environment. We know that many Australians has visited Bali, like Mary Jane here, and they think there's something different, a non-fabrication tourism environment, they say. But the question is, in here, how that possible with this never-ending pandemic? And the big question will be, would the IoT be one of the solution? And my answer is yes. Let's see. Right. So in your screen, we see the how IoT can help tourism. This is just only an example. Recently, the International Air Transport Association has developed a travel pass app, or we can simply say health passport. It was an initiative to reopen border without quarantine measure, and the government need to be confident that they are effectively mitigating the risk of importing COVID-19. Means having an accurate information on passenger health status. Currently, the app used by 47 airlines, I got it. Unfortunately, I couldn't see the Indonesian flagship yet. The Garuda Indonesia will probably soon later. Firstly, the app can verify the authenticity of the COVID test or vaccination and the identify of those presenting their certificates. Secondly, it can provide accurate information to their passenger on test requirement and verify that a passenger meets the requirement for travel. Another thing is with the laboratory to issue certificates to passengers that will recognized by governments. Along with the above mentioned, the app can securely convey the result or certificates to airline and border authority. So I think IoT make everything happen during this COVID-19 pandemic. Let's see, what does agripreneurship mean in IoT? It says there, as a key figure in the economic progression of agrarian and developing societies, refer to the entrepreneurship in agriculture. The focus should be on hand-on technology education to show farmers here the real benefit of adopting technology. So the government need to create a funding strategy to create this talent pool. I mean, in the agripreneurship, it might also be possible to offer IT professionals an alternative career as agripreneurs. This has led to 3 questions, as you can see on your screen. Can IoT and the related technology application be a game changer for agripreneurship? Second one, how can agriculture or farming be made more profitable through science-based and tech-driven solution? And the most important thing, are there any affordable IoT technologies? Let's see on the next slide. With a wealth of data available in the agriculture and farming sector, it can be hard to know which to focus on and the best way of recording or calculating it. Apps, application on a mobile phone or tablet device can make of this easier, whether it be keeping track of the herd performance, comparing prices, or calculating grass growth and fertilizer requirement. With more than 4 million now, 4 million apps available across Android and Apple stores, selecting which one to download can be confusing choice. I would like to highlight that this shouldn't be an expensive technology to procure, if possible, free. So as you can see in the screen, there's a couple of free apps that you can download, and you can explore these apps. See my reference on at the slide number 10. If you already have my presentation, then perhaps you can come up with your own idea and making the app according to your needs. Yeah. As you can see here, there's a type of fertilizer management, and then the information management, the feed management, breeding management, and many more. Okay. As we all know, with COVID-19 came remote working on a scale the world has never seen now. So organizations that had never once engaged in remote working suddenly migrated to 100 virtual workplace. We've been there, and we still been there at the moment. During 2020 and 21, most businesses realized firsthand of hybrid and remote work. What does this mean for you? So in here, there's a couple of definition about the hybrid work versus remote work and on-site work. As you can see there, hybrid work is 3 weeks of working from anywhere with 1 week of office-based work. Probably some of you is already applying this in your offices. In here, remote work, also known as a work from home or telecommuting, yeah, is a type of flexible working arrangement that allow an employee to work from a remote location outside of corporate offices. This is a very nice opportunity to have a remote work. And the other one is on-site work, is working on location at an office or work service like pre-pandemic. This is your, sorry. Okay, this is your opportunity to apply for this kind of job overseas. For example, you can have a job in Milan, Italy, from your home in Indonesia. There are plenty of job opportunity like this in the LinkedIn, yeah, that offer you work remotely. Imagine you're doing a role as an accountant for some company in Australia remotely, and at the same time gaining more network. So the highlight will be networking. What does this mean? It means you're getting a foot in the door to make the first step toward a global network and to become an entrepreneur in the future by gaining entry overseas career. I would like to highlight that Agripreneur is an entrepreneur whose business is agriculture related. A successful agripreneur needs to understand first, consistency, secondly, creative thinking, third, smart working, fourth, risk taking, and then communication and finding market opportunities. Okay, all right. I think this is the end of my presentation, and this is the references. I have included the link as well for your information. I believe my slide will be available for everyone. Please ask the organizer for my presentation slides. And I'm happy to be contacted via LinkedIn if you're interested to have more discussion in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eddie. It was open mind. English, but anyway, as I state from the beginning, I will combine talking in Bahasa Indonesia and English. So, Pak Edi, I will continue with Mrs. Mary Jane. And after Mary Jane, then I hope the audience will feedback by Eddie and Mary Jane all together in the first session. Both of you are in a first session before Pa Aaron and Pa Gary. So, ladies and gentlemen, the audience, as far as you can hear Pa Eddie directly in English, so you may think about and learning from Pa Eddie what is important, the information and the knowledge about IoT, yeah, Internet of Things, is a very nice explanation from Pa Eddie. Then we can get better understanding to think about it, and very connecting with the situation right now, the millennial, and give more chance to younger to start their business, their life in agriculture. So the next session is for Ibu Mary Jane. Ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Mary Jane sent me a little information about herself. she is actually, well, she loves to travel. She went to Bali before a pandemic happened to our world. Ibu Mary Jane loved to travel. So at least Ibu Mary has visited Bali and some places in Fiji, in New Zealand, in Thailand. So Ibu Mary, wait a little bit until it good times, then maybe you can come back to Bali or maybe further to Flores. Ibu Mary is in a third year health science students, yeah, with ECU, yeah, Perth majoring in nutrition and health promotion. So she has focusing to ensure a healthy and sustainable society that is food literate and proactive in their health and well-being. Ibu Mary is a married woman, have 2 dogs and 1 cat. I love animals, Mary. I also have 2 dogs, but I think they're different dogs in Australia and in Flores.
Yes, yeah, my dogs are quite big and they like to run around.
I see. So, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to hear the presentation, to observe the presentation of Ibu Mary Jane. You are pleased, Ibu Mary Jane. It's your time now.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
I'll just, Dr. Edie, do you have my presentation you can share?
Yeah, I have your presentations.
Pak Juan?
Yeah, I have your presentations. You would like to share screen here?
Yes, thank you.
Pak Heri,
Yes, Pak. Yes, Pak.
I'm very sorry. Can I interrupt for several minutes because Pak Bupati is ready to say something. Ibu Mary Jane, very sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. So if it's okay, Pak Bupati wants to say something about our webinar. So I'm so sorry for this interruption. It's okay, Pak Heri?
Yeah. Mary, can you hear Pak Eddie? I do ask your favor to stop a little bit, to delay. We give chance to the region to have some speech, not so long, Mary. Sorry for that, Mary. Very sorry for that. Well, we are sometimes can come the situation like this, but on your excuse, I appreciated it. Thank you very much, Mary, for that. Pak Edi, silakan dengan Bapak Bupati. Bapak Bupati, good morning. Selamat pagi. Good day. It's now 12. So selamat siang, Bapak.
Ya, Pak Bupati, selamat siang ya.
Silakan, Bapak. It's your time, Pak Bupati.
Pak Bupati.
It seems Pak Bupati masih menggunakan masker ya. Ini.
Pak Bupati bisa menyampaikan? Ya, Pak Bupati.
Mungkin ada sesuatu yang terganggu dengan audio beliau. Pak, silakan Pak, silakan. Pak Edi, kelihatannya audio beliau belum terdengar.
Iya, kami sedang menghubungi beliau menyampaikan bahwa belum terdengar.
Maybe the volume of the audio should be increased a little bit.
Untuk
Ya.
Bapak Bupati mungkin bisa sentuh layar handphonenya, lalu connecting phone audio. Disentuh dulu layar handphonenya, connecting phone audio. Suara Bapak Bupati tidak terdengar. Bapak Bupati tidak terdengar. Coba sentuh layar handphonenya, connecting phone audio.
Ya, saya lihat sudah mulai ada tanda-tanda, bisa didengar. Mungkin bisa ditelepon seseorang yang di samping Pak Bupati. Kalau Pak Edi masih mendengar suara saya, barangkali sambil membetulkan apa yang ada di Pak Bupati, apakah saya bisa melanjutkan dulu dengan Ibu Mary Jane?
Ya, Pak Edi.
Ya, Pak Edi.
Barangkali Pak Bupati masih ada gangguan audio. Nanti beliau kalau sudah berkesempatan lagi, kita beri kesempatan lagi.
Baik. So, Mrs. Mary, once again apologize. Thank you very much for your time. Since the audio is not work very well, while fixing the audio with the regent, with our regent, I am pleased to give you go on with our session. Ya, Ibu Mary Jane, nutrition and health sustainability as a key figure in economic progression of agrarian and developing societies. So, please, Ibu Mary, sometimes you get I don't know how to say it, but it could happen. But for the moment, I hope you will stay on until you're finished, and then I will give the chance for the regent to say something. Go on, Ibu Mary.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Everybody, I hope, can hear Ibu Mary. Thank you.
Okay. I should be able to share my screen.
Yes.
There we go. You can see that?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, I can see that.
Wonderful. Okay.
Nice.
So thank you very much, everyone, for welcoming to your session today. It's a pleasure to come aboard and see everyone's faces, particularly since I've been to Bali a number of times. I'm missing it terribly. So it's wonderful to be that little bit closer, even though I'm here in Perth.
Yes, it's my pleasure.
Thank you.
You are here now.
So I am a uni student here in Perth, and I look after nutrition and health promotion with my degree. I particularly like looking at health promotion and the ways in which society can be more self-sufficient and sustainable in looking after their health.
Yes.
So my talk today will be a little bit about how COVID has impacted people's health and well-being and the ways in which they've looked for alternative ways to focus on their nutrition and their mental health and physical health. Okay, so this slide here, in Australia, our government have launched what's known as a Safe WA app, so WA for Western Australia. And
Australia.
yes, so this is called a contact register system. So you download the application to your phone.
Yes.
And when you go into a store or a supermarket,
Yeah.
you have the QR code and you scan it on the screen, and it registers that you've visited that store.
Yeah.
So then if you have COVID symptoms or you're unwell and you've been to that store, it can track where you've been. So then people who have been to that place can also monitor their symptoms. It's a better, efficient way of finding out where COVID people have travelled.
I see.
In the 3rd of December of 2020, here in Western Australia, 260,000 people had downloaded this app. So it's been very popular and very successful in monitoring where people have been.
Yeah.
Okay, so next screen, I'm just gonna. Yep. So as Dr. Edie mentioned before, there's a number of different apps out at the moment that you can look for. Some of them are free and some of them you pay for. In Australia, we have a number of different health promotion companies that specialise in looking after West Australians. The one that I've got on my screen here is run by the Department of Health, and it's called the Live Lighter campaign. So just as it says, you live lighter. So it focuses on your nutrition. Now, obviously during COVID, a lot of people couldn't go to the gym. They couldn't see nutritionists. So they come up with this way of where people can download the app and come look for healthier recipes. So that way they know that they're keeping healthy, eating the right nutritious food by using the app. And the app has been regulated by our health department and nutritionists as well. So if we go to the next one. Oops, this just gives you an idea of how many people have used phone applications during the pandemic. So we've got a lot of them are to do with nutrition and workouts, like MyFitnessPal is a popular one around the world. We can see the top grossing ones as well. So you've got your mental health ones, so your Calm apps for people to do meditation and yoga, which is very important, particularly in COVID. A lot of people are losing jobs and they're not seeing family and friends, so that can get them quite anxious. So they're downloading the Calm apps to help them meditate as well. So there's been a big focus in health promotion in people becoming self-aware and monitoring their own health and well-being. Just going to the next slide. Okay. So with all the technology in mind, people are also being focused on their physical well-being and looking at alternative ways in which they can boost their immune. So when I was doing some research for this talk, I noted that the herbal market, so supplement herbal teas and medicinals, so things like echinacea, turmeric, and elderberry, were the standouts. So as it says there, the global market in the US is $1.38 billion, and that is expected to double. With those graphs, you can see that the standout ones were echinacea, elderberry, turmeric, and we've got some garlic there as well. So a survey undertaken in Saudi Arabia during the pandemic of 1,054 participants, they asked them if they were using alternative herbs and medicines to boost their immune. And out of the 1,054, 977 reported that were using herbs. So that's 92.7%. And the herbs that were the standout were turmeric at 31%, ginger at 41%. And although they agreed that it didn't protect them from COVID, they did agree that it did boost their immune system. Again, we can see on this one that there's been some usage around the world of different vitamins, minerals, and herbs. The vitamins such as vitamin D, K, C, and zinc have reduced, but everyone is choosing alternative medicines. And I think going forward into the future, that will continue. People will still be looking at natural alternatives because a lot of people like to be self-aware of what they're taking. A lot of people don't like to use different prescription medicines, so they are looking at using the herbal ones. So there's some of the reference that I've spoken about. So the World Health Organization actually have information in regards to herbal medicines. They do support the use of echinacea, and also with the use of alternative medicines. It has been used back as far back as the early Egyptians as well. In Pakistan, they use 80% of the population use herbal products in their day-to-day. So the World Health Organization is very aware of the use of alternative medicines. So I definitely think it's an area to watch closely on the growth of that particular market. I'm just waiting for my next screen.
Yeah, it's okay.
Is that all come up? Okay. There was another slide, but that's okay. Yeah, I just had information in there about my bio if you wanted to connect with me. Again, the same as Dr. Edie on LinkedIn. If you have any other questions about some of those applications that I've spoken about. But I feel if you're looking at developing technology and in the agriculture and farming, looking at alternative medicines that I've spoken about, so your echinacea, your garlic, ginseng, even at the moment there's been research on rooibos. So rooibos is a herbal tea. Yeah, there was a report done recently to say that a lot of through Asia and Europe, they're turning to rooibos because it is actually shown to combat oxidative stress. So oxidative stress is what happens to your body under stressful conditions. So obviously pandemics can heighten people's stress. So they've found that people that drink rooibos feel a little bit more control and a bit more calm. And too much stress in your day-to-day can be quite bad for you. You can get headaches, you can feel unwell, you can be tired, or you can not sleep. or you can drink more, or you can eat poor food. So by taking something to help with the oxidative stress overall makes you feel a lot better, and it helps your well-being. So yeah, apart from the ones that I mentioned, rooibos is another really good one to be looking at as well.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much all I had to talk about today. You can definitely get a copy of my presentation. It does outline the different herbs and medicinal ones that I've spoken about, as well as some of those applications I've mentioned in regards to people downloading health and fitness apps. If you're looking at doing something to do with herbs, you could quite possibly implement an application which outlines the different herbs for your benefit. So garlic and echinacea and ginseng, you can incorporate an application to say, you know, today you could take this for, you know, vitamin C for your immune system, rooibos for your stress. So that could be a good way to introduce people into alternative medicines. So yeah, that's all I had to chat about today. So terima kasih for inviting me again.
Thank you very much. My pleasure. Our pleasure.
Thank you, and hopefully the information has been helpful.
Very helpful. Thank you very much, Ibu Mary. Once again, thank you very much. Yeah. And I think everyone observe and listen to the our both presenter, Pak Dr. Eddie and Ibu and Mrs. Mary Jane. For your information, Mary and Dr. Eddie, I think the next session is we will get the feedback from the audience. It's maybe some questions or any information. Maybe we can get feedback from the audience. I will let the audience take time to the response. But before that, I may ask once again to Pak Eddie in Bowai. How is the connection with the regent? Pak Eddie.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Pak Heri. So far, we haven't got the information for Bupati.
Yeah.
So we can continue our discussion.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you. Well, the audience, now is your time to give your feedback. We are actually get late start today, so I may give another extension time for you before Ibu Mary and Pak Dokter left the rooms. So silakan Bapak Ibu, adik-adik in Bowai, in anywhere you follow this session. Kalau ada pertanyaan, silakan langsung dalam bahasa Inggris atau dalam bahasa Indonesia. Paling tidak apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Dr. Eddie itu jelas bahwa pengetahuan dari Internet of Things itu banyak sekali memberi kita dalam pekerjaan kita untuk membangun usaha di bidang pertanian. Sekarang ini orang berlomba-lomba untuk menjadi suatu pertanian. Tentu saja dengan melirik atau melihat atau meneropong kemajuan teknologi, ada banyak sekali teknologi yang bisa kita aplikasikan di dalam usaha kita. Begitupun apa yang disampaikan oleh Ibu Mary Jane. Ya. Jadi beliau satu prolog tadi ada memberitahu bahwa di Western Australia itu ada banyak sekali sistem yang integrated, yang terintegrasi ya. Antara lain itu ada satu contoh kartu Safe Western Australia, satu kartu yang sangat terintegrasi dengan berbagai informasi mengenai orang, dan di sana juga beliau memberitahu kita banyak hal tentang produk-produk pertanian yang bisa dikembangkan. Ya. Ada pengetahuan akhir-akhir ini pertumbuhan bisnis herbal dari hasil-hasil pertanian itu sangat pesat. Jadi it's your time, it's your chance to have interaction with Ibu Mary Jane and Pak Dr. Edi. You are please, ya. Silakan. Saya tidak batasi, ada 2 atau 3 orang, silakan. Ya, partisipan yang ini, yang sudah angkat tangan ada 3. Silakan ya, saya beri kesempatan. Silakan perkenalkan diri dan silakan bertanya. Oke.
Good afternoon all.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Thanks for the time is given to me. Introduce my full name, Maria Eustachiadiu. I'm from accounting programs. You can call me Esta.
Esta. Oke, silakan. You are please, Esta.
I want to ask a question related to the material that Mr. Eddie.
Go ahead.
Question: how does internet technology affect agriculture and animal husbandry during the COVID-19 pandemic or not during the pandemic? Thank you. That's all I'm.
Yes, Pak Edi, I can deliver it direct to you. How does technology work with it? Can you, Pak Edi, it's quite clear the questions for you?
Yeah. Thank you, Esther.
Esta, yeah.
Esther, okay. All right. At the moment, we have the number of smart devices by this year. 2021 is around 46 billion. Can you imagine? 46 billion around the world, compared to 25 billion in 2020. So it's increased 11 billion. That's just only the smart devices like your phone. All right, next. As for the number of IoT devices that are active is expected to grow to 83 billion in 2024. This is the market you can fill in as an entrepreneur. As Mary Jane said, there are a lot of opportunity in agriculture in regard to herbal and alternative medicines. So in brief, combining the risings of the IoT or Internet of Things and those markets is a big opportunity for you all. So remember, now information is more valuable than gold. Remember, information is more valuable than gold. So I think that will be conclude my answer to Esther. All right, thanks very much for asking, Esther.
Thank you, Pak Edi. Esther, are you still questions again to Mr. Edi? It's quite clear for you, Esther. At least it's a challenge for you. Pak Edi just mentioned, now the information is more valuable than gold. Yeah. So can you imagine that, Esther?
Thank you.
You are,
Eddie,
yes.
I accept your answer.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Esther. Another answer from anybody else inside the rooms? Maria Graciana Tea. Yeah, go ahead. You raise a hand, so please ask to whom? To Dr. Eddie or to Ibu Mary Jane? Go ahead.
Thanks for the time to me. My name is Maria Gracisnatia. My short name. I'm from the accounting study program. I'm third semester. I will ask about IoT to Mr. A. The internet of things is excellent to build economic growth for a country. And we know the capital for developing the internet in agriculture is vast. What is the solution for a millennial agriculture expert in developing it in the COVID-19 pandemic? Okay, thank you.
Pak Edi, I could not hear very well, but I hope if Pak Edi can hear very well, then Pak Edi can go ahead. I know that the question is addressed to you, Pak Edi, Pak Dr. Edi. Hello?
Really, I couldn't hear anything because of the noise. So,
yes, yes.
Yeah, right. I can hear you.
Well,
I hope.
Yeah.
Right, I think, I don't know, is it a questions regarding the IoT and COVID-19 things and the opportunity that you would like to gain during the pandemic, or sorry, it's a very noisy, it was a noisy one, so I couldn't hear anything.
Okay, Pak Edi, I can ask once more to Maria Gracisna Tea. Can you hear me, Maria? Hello, Maria. Well, everybody, if you have questions, instead of using the audio is maybe things, then you can write in a message. You can chat and you can ask. So maybe we can get the point. Can you repeat it again, Maria?
Okay. We know the capital for developing the internet in agriculture is vast. What is the solution for a millennial agricultural expert in developing in the COVID-19 pandemic?
Okay. All right. It's a bit.
Okay, Pak.
But yeah. I think, Agripreneur is an entrepreneur. Yeah. Okay. That's one thing. His businesses is in agriculture related. So the solution would be, this is from my thoughts, but I said before, understand the consistency of the issues. Secondly, the environment at the moment, you need to create thinking. For example, you can see there's a lot of apps, that can be a solution for agriculture. And then also it's called smart working. It means you are working between the digital creatively and also communication. But one of the most problem normally is about, so probably to understand everything, for example, like this. If you Google something, you Google it. You always Google it if you would like to know something, And then if you use the bahasa rather than English, it will be limited resources that you can gather. But with English, you can get a lot of more information, and finding market opportunities for that. I hope that one is can answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Edi. Thank you, Maria. You get the point. You are free to Googling, to check more information through the internet. But Pak Edi make a short message. If you Google in our bahasa Indonesia, it could be limited information you may get. But I think if you try in English, then you get wider information. There's a lot of information in there. Thank you very much for the feedback, Ibu Maria Rasisna Tia. I also read in the message from Laura Desa. Laura Desa. What is your message actually, Laura? Anybody else in these sessions have questions? Bagi yang mendengar suara saya, kalau tidak bisa dari audio dari device-nya masing-masing, bisa maju ke depan dan gunakan audio yang ada di Pak Edi, untuk mungkin bisa berbicara lebih jelas. Can everyone, if you want to try the audio from Pak Edi's desk, it might get a good result to get your audio. Silakan angkat tangan yang lain. Ini ada satu. Silakan. Maria Wilhelmina, silakan.
Oke, ini saya.
Ya, silakan. Siapa?
Hello, good morning all.
Morning.
Silakan.
Thanks for the time giving to me. A question for Sis Mary Jane.
Questions for Mrs. Mary Jane.
If you will excuse me, I have not been used to English. Please understand.
Very good, you have tried.
Okay. Who is it simple or particle to us internet application to promote health during pandemics? Thank you.
It's not so clear for me.
Yeah,
Mrs. Mary Jane. Yeah.
The question wasn't so clear.
Repeat the question.
Yeah, go ahead, Ibu Mary Jane. If you hear, then you can answer directly.
The students will repeat the question.
Okay. A question. Who is it simple on practical to us internet application to promote health during pandemic? Thank you.
So just to confirm, you're just wanting to know if it's simple to promote health promotion during pandemic?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, from what I understand, it is very popular now in Australia to promote your health by application. So you can have one for walking, so one to track how many steps you take. You can do one for food to track your number of calories. There are, if you Google, like Dr. Edie said, you Google English health applications, there will be hundreds, many. If you are clever with developing applications, you will be able to use one for health promotion. If you know what health promotion you want to target, it will be quite easy.
Thank you, Mary.
Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Jawaban, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Safarina.
Okay, good afternoon, Paul.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, can.
Okay. I'm Severin. Actually, I'm also from Flores, but this time I'm studying outside. I'm in the Philippines. I just want to appreciate the two speakers today, Mrs. Mary Jane and Mr. Eddie. It's really important for us. Really the improvement of the technology for us really important today, especially this pandemic. We cannot go out, we cannot go anywhere. So the technology is really important for us. Like technology is our soulmate already. This is our soulmate. We cannot separate our daily life with the technology this time.
Yeah.
So when Miss Mary Jane spoke about the promotion about the healthcare, everything is also the improvement of the internet from Mr. Eddie. So in our part, as a participant, somehow also we need someone to guide us. Someone, because otherwise we receive information, and then if we not do it well, so it's dangerous also for us.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for that information. So in our part also we need to improve also with our background of our knowledge, so that the technology and the information about healthcare will be help us a lot. Otherwise, will be make somehow also dangerous for ourselves also, something like that. So I just want to say thank you for Ms. Mary Jane and Mr. Eddie. Thank you and good afternoon.
Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Safrin. Next, Pak Innocentius. Well, I will close the opportunity to ask in 3 minutes. So, Pak Innocentius.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Good morning.
Well, it's It's now
Good afternoon now.
almost midday. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for the given time to me. I Mrs. Introduce myself to you. My name is Innocentius Biarea. I'm asked to question for Dr. Edi. What are the benefits of technology? Thank you.
It's a very broad question. Yeah, the benefit of technology is a huge amount. I mean, I just give you one simple explanation here. Probably you heard about big data or data analytics or machine learning, which is actually is Google. You type everything there and it will come out with your information that, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
What are there? They are helping to make smarter for us, yeah, and inform recommendation and decision for you. So that's one of the example of the technology. Otherwise, I will be speaking like 2 hours to explain about the technology. All right, thank you for the question. I hope that answered your question too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Edi, Pak Innocentius. The last one, the last one for this session, I think. If somebody would like to have one more questions. Maria Angeli. Maria Ermelinda. Yeah, Ibu Maria Ermelinda. Sorry, very sorry. Ibu Maria Ermelinda. You are pleased to questions. Yeah?
Okay, thank you, Pak Heri.
Sama-sama.
I am Maria.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can speak English well. And I'm still learning to be better.
Go ahead, Ibu.
Hello, Mrs. Mary Jane. It's a pleasure to meet you in this webinar. And I'm also very interested in food technology. And Nagekeo has a lot of local food. This has not been developed even though it has a fairly high nutritional value and is a functional food that is very good for health. Mohon maaf, Pak Heri, saya bahasa Inggrisnya tidak terlalu ini. Mohon koreksinya.
Bagus sekali, bagus sekali, bagus sekali. Selanjutkan.
Ya. Question for Mrs. Mary Jane. What can we do for a situation like this, especially for millennial agripreneurs? Okay, thank you. Always healthy for all. Pak Dr. Edi and Mrs. Jane.
Thank you, Ibu.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama. Ibu Mary, Miss Mary, go ahead with your answer.
So just to confirm, she just wants to know what to do in regards to nutrition?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, is that right? Yes.
Yes.
The local food is there, but is not yet been increasing in the technology how to make better processing actually in a nutrition concern. So would you please to help with the idea? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you eat lots of fresh vegetable and fruit, that is nutritious.
Yes.
If you're wanting to put it in to promote it in your area or put it in technology, she could do something like the Live Lighter app. So on my presentation, I had the application which had a listing of all the nutritious food that you can eat.
I see.
So she could put like day one, you can eat snakeskin fruit, and then banana or potato. And people will see all the information in the application on what the healthier options are to eat. And she can update it every day or every few days. And people will come to her because she's got nice, healthy options to eat.
I see. And it was, sorry, to make it clear, that is called Live Lighter application, you mean?
Yes, it's Live Lighter. Lighter, as in, yes, the one in my presentation.
I see.
That is a very good one. If she has a look, just Google Live Lighter, and it will explain how it works.
I see. Ibu Emelina, you want to feedback once more? Well, there is another, according to Ibu Mary Jane, then you may try to look at the Live Lighter application. There is a lot of information regarding nutrition in every local product available in our area, in our country. Then you may see through that application, then we can learn how to providing a menu or a day-by-day what to eat. And of course, there is as I know from the question is, we have a lot of local product, and we need to understand better to providing through the local product, then we can have a good nutrition on that, right? Ibu Emelinda, is that like that? I'm so sorry too if I, thank you.
Like that. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Jen. Nanti dibuka aplikasi.
Yes.
Ya, aplikasinya untuk mengetahui itu tentang produk pangan lokal yang bisa diolah, diproses.
Betul. At least, thank you very much. You mulai dengan produk-produk lokal kita mulai berpikir. Ternyata perkembangan ilmu kesehatan dan kesempatan menjadi agropreneur ini bisa membuka banyak peluang dari produk-produk lokal kita, Ibu Emelinda. Thank you very much. So, very sorry for everybody who raised hand. We are also limited by the time. We start late a little bit today. So I apologize from my desk to everybody. Thank you very much, Dr. Eddie. You seems will be more opportunity with us in Flores, in St. Wilhelmus. We have started first and now the second time, and for Ibu Mary Jane, thank you very much to be with us today in the first session, while Pak Gary and Pak Haron is await for next session. Before you leaving the rooms, there is another arrangement from Pak Eddie in Buwai in St. Wilhelmus to have a photo session together. So I will see how the technology will make us together like in real, right? Okay, Pak Eddie, it's your time, Pak Eddie, to arrange the photo sessions and certification delivery, yeah? Pak Edi or Pak Juan.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's your time now.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Heri. Pak Heri, thank you. Pak Heri, can you hear me?
Yes, Pak Edi.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thanks to Mr. Edi and Miss Mary Jane, for all the presentations. Yeah, it's very interesting, and it's open our mind that technology is very important, and as very especially personally, I'm very interested in what Miss Mary Jane say about the application. Yeah, what that live later or something. Yeah, so just say we can arrange our diet, yeah, and use local food. It's very interesting. So probably later,
Yes.
we can get the application or how to get it. So we can use it. Thank you. And before we leave, I'm sorry, before Mr. Eddie and Miss Jane leave the session with me, I want to ask Mr. Pak Juan, can we have photo session at the end of the first session?
Okay.
Yeah, Pak Juan.
Yeah. And I'll ask everyone to turn on the camera so we can have a better photo session.
Yes.
Okay. There will be a few times because we have 80 participants. So we have 4 pages. So maybe the first one, photo session for the first page. Okay, and then for the second page, make sure everyone turn on the camera because we don't know which page we are on.
Okay.
Just put on the best smile, so everyone will be look good on the photo.
How great.
Okay, done. Thank you, everyone.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Pak Juan, you finished already?
Yes, it's done.
Yeah, it's done. Okay. So, Pak Heri, that's photo session. So, what's next?
Sorry, Pak Edi, I cannot hear you. Sorry.
Like, Pak Heri, the photo session is done.
The next is delivery the certificate to Mrs. Mary Jane.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, Pak Heri. Once again, we ask sorry for this, Miss Mary Jane. I ask you a favor. We will give the certificate later. It's okay. Is it okay for that?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, then Ibu Mary Jane, Pak Dr. Eddie, once again, thank you very much. Yeah, from my desk and on behalf of everybody now in webinar meetings, I appreciate and really thank you for the time you give to everybody now. So before you left the rooms, the point of today come from Dr. Eddie, how important the technology, and the point from Mary Jane, everybody catch already. So from me and from this place, you are pleased. Yeah? Thank you very much. You can leave.
Terima kasih.
Ya, sama-sama. Sama-sama.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Ya, terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
Terima kasih Pak Dr.
Baik.
Edi. Terima kasih Miss Jane. Terima kasih Mary Jane.
Terima kasih Dr. Edi, Mrs. Jane.
Ya, kita siap-siap yang kedua. Ini ada Bapak Jerry Blasius dan Pak Aaron. Ya, mari kita sambut beliau.
Hello, everyone.
Ya.
Can you hear me clearly?
Ya, I can hear you, Pak Jerry.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. Haku. We are in a lunchtime.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, with the energy and also motivation from all the speakers, Dr. Edi, Miss Mary Jane, Bang Aaron, I think all of us have the same goal here, that we would like to contribute to development of human resource in Flores, particularly in Politeknik, Santo Wilhelmus. So what I'll be presenting here is pretty much what I've been doing for the last couple of years, 5 or 4 years or so. It's about cattle trading and cattle fattening. Started, you know, in a small rural area in Nagekeo, in collaboration with local school, and expanding to selling it to Java.
Yeah.
And without further ado, I'll just share my screen here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it okay, or I cannot share my screen? It says host disabled.
Yeah, sorry, wait.
Participants.
Okay, you can now share screen, Mr. Gary.
Yeah, just a brief introduction. So I used to be a lecturer, well, still lecturer in Politeknik San Wilhelmus, while I've, you know, experienced the entrepreneurial activities in that area. It's not coincidence that I'm now in Perth and met with a couple of very interesting people, and yeah, very helpful. Like Bang Aaron, it's my senior in high school. But we probably have, you know, like 15 years age difference.
Wow.
So he has more experience than me, and yeah, in our high school, it's very seniority is the key.
But at least you are now in Australia, right?
Yeah. But now I'm in Perth.
Yeah.
So, same location with all the speakers.
I see.
Yeah, and Kaheri is, I met him a couple of times in Maumere. Sleep in his hotel, Sawisata.
Yeah. Golden opportunity.
Yeah.
To see
So I'll just share my screen.
Yes.
Now, is it? Can we all see it?
Yeah, the screen is now. Yeah, the screen is now in our screen. Now it's coming.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the title is Cattle Fattening and Trading in Nagekeo, a small medium enterprise contribution to national demand. And in particular, I would like to emphasize on the case study of my business. It's called AB, Agro Buana Bologo. So this slide shows us the table of content and executive summary. So my presentation is broken down into 5 points. So timeline, benefits to locals, business obstacles, key tips for students, and general condition during COVID-19 pandemic. And the executive summary actually answering all those components. So for example, this first point of executive summary is the answer to timeline of the business. The second point of the executive summary is the answer to benefits to locals. So if you don't have time allowed to read all the slides or to hear, just to see this one slide and you have an overview what I'll be presenting. So the first slide, the business timeline. You know, we should think big, but start from small, then gradually expand in alignment with our capacity, whether it's operations or financials or our network. Most of the time when I was in Flores, in that rural area without internet, without even being able to call from Anakoli, for example. Most of the people that I met, they think that they need to have really a huge amount of money. Like they need to have millions, billions to be able to start a business. But it's not the case. Well, at least in my case, I start only with 2 cattle. I start with 2 cattle, and then I cooperate with cattle owners. So Romo Paulus Bongu, Romo Edi in SPP, and almarhum Pak Srilus Bawengo, and they lent me their cattle. So in total, I start with 8 cattle. So 2 owned by myself, 6 are someone else's cattle. So I start with small and I put it as pilot project. What it means is that, you know, in a pilot project, we give a certain parameters. And so if we exceed or if we fulfill that parameters, then we can continue and make it into a profitable business. But if we cannot achieve those parameters, then we can just close off the pilot project and find other opportunities. So as a result from that pilot project, we achieve really good parameters with local cattle, where most of it are inbreeding cattle. So it's not a really good quality like in Australia, for example. We achieve 0.9 until 1.2 kilogram per day. That's the average daily growth of its cattle. And that actually really good, considering those are inbreeding cattle. And so because we've achieved those parameters, then we start expanding into 20 cattle in SPMA Saint Isodorus location. So each semester, after 4 to 6 months fattening, we then sell it to the trader from Bima or from Jeneponto, South Sulawesi, and then they will sell through the sea to those islands. You know, apart from the business, this business is actually touches really important thing here, that we've been able to practice a lot of students, practical training to a lot of students, especially fermented cattle feed, as well as standard operational procedures. So that's so in pilot project, around 120, 130 students have been practicing, and so they can take that learning experience into their own cattle or in their family cattle. So after we've achieved those parameters in pilot project, we then make a couple of meetings with my friends in Jakarta and with a couple of potential investors. And then we increase the capacity of the cattle from 20 cattle in SPM ASEAN Isodorus to the cage with a capacity of 150 to 200 cattle in Anakoli. It's in the northern part of Nagekeo. And so after we expand to Anakoli, we regularly ship the cattle to Java, around 20 to 60 cattle every 1 or 2 months. And that's before COVID happens. And we never really put the COVID or think about COVID when we had the proposal, business proposal before. So COVID is a new thing. COVID is a new thing, and it's really challenging for us, in particular, the trading on side of the business, because of the micro lockdowns policy in every provinces, and especially in Java Island when COVID is growing significantly. But then, you know, for a couple of times when we send out the and we ship the cattle to Jakarta, we also provide opportunity for local staff, mostly ex-interns from the local students around the area for upskilling in Java, and also give an opportunity for them to traveling to Jakarta. You know, for some people, it's their first experience to move or to fly to Java Islands. So that's, I think, the experience that they cannot really take it for granted, or the experience that cannot really forget in their life. And so with the cattle business, we also maximize utilization of farming waste in Mbai area. So for example, our cattle dung and pee will be taken by chili farmers in Anakoli or in other areas. And then for rice paddy farmers, they also took our cattle dung cattle to become their organic fertilizers. And so we also take their waste, for example, rice haze and corn husk will be processing into cattle feed, as well as other feed for goats and other animals, pigs, for example. So we collaborate with a couple of my friends' businesses. So for example, Dinosaurus Organic Fertilizers. And then during the business in Anakali, approximately 250 to 300 students have been trained practically in the cage. So cattle feed process, fermentation process, standard operating procedures, as well as how to weigh the cattle. And because of the limitation of the COVID, because we cannot really link to the IoT, because it's very challenging situation considering the signal of the internet and phone is very limited in those areas. And so the main benefits to local communities for this business: economy, upskilling people, and waste management. So in the terms of economy, the business contributes to local economic empowerment. So in the last couple of years, we bought around 600 cattle from locals. That accumulation of cattle, yeah. So for example, every month we buy around 30 to 50 cattle and then ship it. And then next month or the next 2 months, we buy another 30 to 50 cattle. So it's around 600 cattle in total. And so it translates to the accumulated of 5 billion rupiahs contribution to Nagekeo economy. How does it work? When you buy cattle directly from farmers, the farmers will use their money and spend it in Nagekeo area. And so if you buy 100 of cattle, the money will come into Nagekeo. Yeah. And so most of the locals or most of the cattle owners that I bought from, they use the money to pay their child education fees. So it's like a compounding effect of buying a cattle. So as a result, hundreds of local students can finish their study as an impact from business activities. Yeah, so most of the people in Nagekeo, they're taking care of the cattle or goats as an investment. And when they need it for their ceremony, for example, or for graduation of their kids, then they sell the cattle. So it's like an investment kind of thing for them. And so in terms of the upskilling, since the business is founded, around 400 locals have been practicing on site, and especially cattle feed and standard operating procedures. So by upskilling locals in the long run, this will benefit the region as a whole. So human development index will then go up, and then it will impact directly or indirectly to the economy. Yeah, and they at least can apply those practical training to their own cattle or their family cattle, and then sell it when they need it to. Yeah, and then the last benefit that I can think of is the collaborative actions in waste management. Waste is one of the very depressing issue, especially in the city.
Yeah.
And as our region growing, especially in Bai as a city, we can see, because we're still developing waste management process, sometimes we got flooding in Bai. And so part of the waste management activities that we can think of and we can contribute to Nagekeo is by utilizing waste from rice fields and from local cattle dung. What farmers normally done with the cattle, with the rice fields, after they harvest the rice, they just collecting the rice hays and then burn it. It contributes to the CO2, the carbon dioxide. And so by collecting the rice hays from the farmers, we help them to clean up the rice fields, and as well as to prepare the land for another harvest period or planting period. Yeah. And so the local farmers are also profitable from our business because they can use cattle dung freely. Some of the farmers even take like 10 tons or 15 tons by sending 3 trucks or 4 trucks to take the cattle dung from our kids, and it's free. So it's a win-win situation, mutual benefit. And that's the mindset, and I think we should keep it in our mind. And then the key obstacles for the business is the opinion of a huge profit. That's the first thing. The second thing is the challenging situation on the field. And the third thing is permit process, especially in trading permit, because it involves so many government agencies in regency as well as in provinces. So I start with the huge profits opinion. So the locals' general opinion, cattle business equals to big profits. Well, they don't count high operational expense, shipment costs, permit costs, and hidden costs that we cannot really explain, and any risk associated to the business. And some of the local, well, most of the locals actually are more common to benefit and loss concept as opposed to mutual benefit concepts or win-win situation. So, for example, some of the cattle traders that I met, they're laughing to their buyer and said, well, I just get a big profit by trading the cattle. So they're not really thinking of how the buyer think about them. Yeah. So imagine if you don't build a relationship between seller and buyer and multiple stakeholders, maybe there's only one time buying. Yeah. But if you build a relationship, if you think of what your buyer will think about you or what the sellers will think about you, and you put into that mindset and put into the account when you buying or selling, then I think the relationship will build, the trust will be built, and then you will make a really long and stable network with them. Yeah. And so the second thing, challenging situation on the field, you know, Flores or Nagekeo in particular is quite underdeveloped. It's developing in the cities, in a couple of areas, but most of the region is still underdeveloped. So for example, phone signals are really bad. Internet signal, well, don't even tell about it. and then you know, damaged roads everywhere.
Yeah.
Damaged roads everywhere. But I think under this administration, we're developing really well, and we're expand the roads, the main roads in particular, and that helps the business to sell commodities or sell the cattle to another port. So yeah, I think this administration, this government has really helped us.
Yeah.
And but on the other side, the trading permit process is really somewhat confused and convoluted because, you know, from one side, from the national level, it wants to really streamline the process, but in the lower level, especially in the regencies and also provinces, it's not the case. And you know, multiple agencies still taking care of the permit, and so we need to deal with that. And then it takes time to process the whole permits, like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And it translates into the increase of our operational expense, and that it's not really good for the business environment. And the last, I think, not the last, but this is the second last, 5 tips for students. So I think what I expect the students can take away from this presentation is, if they want to start a business, 5 tips that I can think of. So choose the business with high and stable demand. Food business, health business is high and stable demand. Irrespective of the economic condition, COVID or global financial crisis, people still need food and health. So that's the thing. The second tip is just swallow your pride. Disregard people who undermine you. You know what? When I start this cattle fattening business with only 2 cows, some of the people in local area, they told me, hey, you just graduated from Australia, you got experience from Australia, but come back to the village and then you doing the same thing with us, taking care of cattle. Those opinions, just disregard those opinions. Because I think sometimes people don't really understand you. And if you're really passionate about building a business, and if you're really passionate about starting entrepreneurship journey, just go with it. Just do it. While you're still young, it's an opportunity for you to learn and grow from learning experience. The third tips, don't envy of your sellers or buyers margin. So never compare your profit against your buyer's profit, against your seller's profit. If you're really comfortable trading with people, just continue with them. Just keep the trust and relationship. That's the key to business. The 4 tips, well, I think Dr. Eddie once mentioned data or information nowadays is more valuable than gold. I think that's I strongly support that argument. But in the business side, whether you small business or big business, trust is more valuable than money. What I mean by that, when you are trusted by people, by your friends, wherever you go, you become a diamond. So, for example, when I was in Flores, in rural area where it's really hard to even make a call or searching on the internet or browsing, but my friends from Sydney, from Jakarta, people that know me for long years of time, they try to reach me and ask me, hey, Gary, how can we help? How can we support your business? Is there any opportunities that we can collaborate together? Make yourself useful to other people. Make yourself trusted. Yeah, to your friends, to your colleagues, to students, to your teachers. Then, if trusted is built, money will follow. Money is only an impact of what you contribute to people. Money is only an impact. Never make the money as your goals. Yeah, if you help people, like for example, in this case, help or facilitating cattle shipments to Jakarta, you help people in Jakarta or in Java eating food. and you help people in your villages, in Nagekeo, for example, to get the money to fund their education, their kids' education. By helping people, then you get the money. Yeah. And the last tips, view business as God's tools to maximize your talents. And I think this is, God's way to exercise His grace towards people in Nagekyo, by buying cattle, then we can contribute to their families or kids' education. And I think this is a learning experience for me, very good learning experience. I never, if I think back, after I established my career in Sydney and then moved back to Flores and then moved now during COVID in Perth, I never really, what's the word? Menyesal. Yeah, in Indonesia, sorry. But I never really menyesal to go back and to learn from people, and then to really many things you can learn from wherever you are, either from kids or either from the old people. And so this is the last piece of my slide before we go to the appendix. So this just showcasing you the national demand, especially in Indonesia, for beef is projected to increase significantly in the upcoming years. And this graph and charts is made by McKinsey. It's one of the global consulting firm. It's really famous and experienced consulting firm. And so they predict that by 2030, 135 million Indonesians will move to middle class or consuming class. And that also means that the demand for beef or other protein sources will boost significantly as a result of that growing middle income population. And so they make the prediction before the COVID pandemic. But even if you take into account the COVID adjustment, this will also still translating to around 100 million people will be consuming class or middle class in Indonesia by 2030. So this means that the demand or national demand for beef or for cattle is there, and it will increase. It's just a matter on whether you would like to supply that demand or not, or you would like to, by taking this information, and you want to exercise this information into opportunity or not. Yeah. So start breeding cattle, goat, or any protein source that you can. Keep the female cows or female goats, female sheep on your house. Yeah, it's become your investment. Maybe your little brother will graduate next year, then you can sell the cows and sheep. Yeah, that's the thing. So this is just appendix. Meat consumption per capita still low in Indonesia, and then NTT is projected as one of the fastest growing region in Indonesia. Studying for local students, and it's thank you for the opportunity. Back to you, Kyrie.
Thank you very much, Pak Gary. Is a reflection from yourself experience in Flores some years ago. It's very good to talking business when somebody experienced by himself. Yeah. And it's a lot of story. Then locals, your brothers and sisters in Nagikeo can learn from you, Pak Gary, the obstacle, the dreams, the handicap, and everything you share with everybody in this group, in this webinar. I hope everybody take lessons and make a lot of questions. It's thinking big, but you start with small things. And it is from 2 cows, then you have a lot of story to understand the business. So, Pak Gary, thank you very much for your time. And I know then after Pak Aaron, then will be another questions or feedback from the audience. So I think I go on with Pak Aaron session, right? Pak Aaron, are you there? Pak, so thank you very much, Pak. You are the last but not the least. Apa terakhir tapi ya, bisa jadi yang apa? Yang selalu dikenang ya, selalu diingat ya. Jadi Pak Aaron, please share your experience. As I understand, as I get a small information about you, 21 years ago, you moved to Australia, you migrate to Australia, but you are a tax specialist person. So you have skills and you experience your time in the beginning of your time in Australia and become a business consultant for micro business or some small business to medium business. But you are a very dedicated person to become a consultant for them. And then by your passions, then you get your master in tax. Yeah. Congratulations, Pak. So now you build your own company, of course, with your experience, and I understand you will share and everybody can learning something from you, the challenge and the opportunity, then you can share, Pak. It's your time. Silakan, Pak Aaron.
Terima kasih, Pak Hari.
Ya, sama-sama, Pak.
Special thanks also to all of you that spending time this evening, this afternoon with me and with the other speakers. Also special thanks to Pak Edi, who invited me to join and shares the experience to you all today. Unfortunately, I don't actually prepare a good slides like the other presenters, but actually a bit, I'm gonna throw away the 2 pages that I already sent after listening to the other 3 presenters. The reason for that is actually because what I'm gonna actually bring today is how to start an agripreneur.
Yeah.
It's actually been shown as a fact and in a life experience by one of your own. I mean, my brother in this high school, surprisingly, actually showing what entrepreneur and especially an agripreneur is. You know, he actually practicing, and although now he became a business person, but when he started his journey, it's actually as an agripreneur. And that is why I want to just discuss those one in deep and make it an example. So it's make it easy for anyone who actually attend today that it is possible to be an agripreneur. The first thing you need to know is that agripreneur itself comes to two nouns. Okay, the first one is agro, which means agriculture, and the other one is preneur, which is stand for entrepreneurship. Okay, an agripreneur can be interpreted as an individual who establishes a business and take upon risk for profit in agriculture field. And it is shown by Gary. His study is master in public accounting, if I'm not mistaken. And he coming back home and doing something nothing related. And why it's possible, and why not only possible, but he actually considered to be successful, we will actually see what he got. Okay, at the end, we're gonna discuss what make him success. And I believe that is because he get and he have on himself the 5 factors that embody an entrepreneur. So if we come back and see that, excuse my writing in here is not a bit day-to-day English. It's a bit like in a class. So I mentioned like cattle ranchers, while you can say it's a cattle farmer. Okay, but it's the meaning is the same. So an agripreneur can be a farmer or a cattle rancher or a cattle farmer. However, not vice versa. And once again, if we're coming back to the example, Gary is not a cattle farmer. Gary is not a farmer itself. Okay, but he can become an agripreneur in the cattle industry. All right. So a farmer is a person who cultivates the land. That's the most thing. Well, an agripreneur basically looking for the opportunity. They're looking for the opportunity to be making profit. All right. And it is possible that on one state, a farmer or a cattle rancher who seek a small opportunity or a unique opportunity in their field, they also became an agripreneur. Okay, and there are 4 main activities in the agri business itself. The biggest one is cultivation, supply and distribution, product processing, and also marketing. Every one of them is actually connecting, and to be honest with you, cannot be separated. And you can become a good farmer, but if you can't sell, well, it doesn't change your life, because you not only need one product, you need multiple products to live. And the agripreneur will see the 4 main activity in the agribusiness as the same priority, or there is no more less or more important. All their activities, it's important, and it's possible to make profit in each and every one, because they just need to be knowing what they actually want to capitalize. The good thing with agriculture itself is that it's surrounding us every day, and in a lot of ways, there are many forms of agriculture product in our life other than food. So let's put food aside and let's see what other products. For example, I showed to you there. It was the cosmetic. Okay. Let me think. Aloe vera, lidah buaya. Okay. It's good for your hair, right? It's agriculture product. It's can be farming, and it's also a product that health related. It's been used in health industry. The other things like, say, roses, mawar. Okay, the extract of them, of roses, is been used in perfume. I believe Indonesia also one of the exporters of these things. Okay. The other country that I know is Australia, definitely. Funny thing is that Australia, in most of the continent, is actually a desert, but they do produce and export roses, one of the best, part of America. So Indonesia is one also that do export this one. Other thing was like most of the agriculture product that around us is basically health related, like and also if it is health related, so let's say lavender. Lavender is good for moisturizers. Okay, so pelembab skin ya, pelembab kulit ya. Kemudian other things like calendula is also using in the health industry, because calendula can actually use for skin irritation and mosquito bite, something like that. Tea tree. Tea tree is, if my understanding, tea tree is very good for acne. So when you eat peanut, sometimes your face also have peanuts. So that's very good. Tea tree applicable for acne. Chamomile. Chamomile. It's an antioxidant. Can be used as antiseptics, good for inflammation and those kind of things. So cosmetic and health, that's two things. That's example that around us. What else? I put there clothing. So obviously cotton, and what's the other one? Cotton and agape. I think yeah, agape is also used for clothing. Agave, yeah, is used for clothing. Other kind of health related, the agribusiness contribute is from many years ago. I mean, our ancestor using what they call herbal. Okay, the modern health using extract. So it's just about the system. So it showed that how the agriculture is actually developed. You know, it's never stopped. It's never on a stagnant stage. They keep developing and try to getting better and better. But the one that I found very interesting, it's what they call as building product. This one I found in just a quick research a few days ago. Believe it or not, the building product from waste of agriculture, it's possible. In 2018, the Polytechnic, public Polytechnic in Pontianak have like a small journal or a research. It's 3 people. If you Google, you can find this one, and they actually call mycotech. They found what they call mycotech. So mycotech is it's come from waste of agriculture, and it's from I think they use mushroom, and basically can be used for, and it's more harder than brick, you know. So it's something that people didn't, it's unorthodox thinking, you know. It's something thinking outside the box, and that is one of kind that an agripreneur can be into it, you know, something new, something that people didn't think about it, something that useful, but nobody knows how to actually make it happen. And when you have a collaboration, a network, and a passion, you might be able to actually conquer the hurdles and getting result. And that is one way of becoming the agripreneur. So the technology of ways of agri-industry is also one kind of field that people don't actually, not much people like to look. Why? I think the word waste is scaring people away. It's smelly, disaster, maybe dirty, contagious, not healthy, anything like that. So waste is something that people run away from it. But to be honest with you, waste business is a very big business in the world. And that is one that people might not think about it. And I can relate to what Gary said itself, you know, in developing the city where he lived in Flores. The growing of the city to become like too close to metropolitan or getting better or getting bigger, they have the problem with the waste. They will, because every house produce waste, and so do agri-industry. They produce waste, and if you don't actually find a way to actually make a good of it and not be able to capitalize on something that people throw away, it's going to be a disaster on one day. Yeah. It's just like plastic. Yeah. All right. So the way back to the example in Gary presentation, he tried to make a win-win solution for the waste. You know how grateful the person that the waste been taken out or the waste been used. The dung of the cow can be used, but people don't actually create things, right? And to be honest with you, it's a very profitable business if you turn it. That's your job, okay? That's the idea. The other things that around us, other than that, even paper, the one that you actually touch it now, maybe, I don't know, I can see the cam in the aula, but I don't see anyone that actually holding paper. they're holding a mobile phone. But anyway, paper is one agriculture product itself. Most of them, it's actually come from tree, from wood, all right? Not from tree, it's wood. But have you ever known that it can be made from straw or hay? They do, and there was a research on it, and the only difference that there is one. Let me have a look. I think I write down somewhere in here. The straw content, it's called cellulose, okay, atau dalam bahasa Indonesia cellulosa. The content on the straw is 36%, while on the wood is 45%. So it's actually lower, but once again, it can be used. The process is more difficult, but it's possible. So until someone actually, once again, it's also a waste. You know, straw is a waste from the paddy, you know, from the rice paddy. So it's profitable, and it's actually, if you let this hay or the straw use and became a paper, you actually do what the environment wants, because they normally just burn it, and when they burn, they increase the gas, the greenhouse gas emission. And by turning those things to paper, you basically solve one of the world problem. So that kind of things that outside the box that might trigger or make you an agripreneur. Okay, let's move on then after this product that we have around us. Let's see how actually we got here. The first thing is that you actually live in a very beautiful and rich country, where I came from, where Gary came from, where everyone actually now happy to be living. I'm actually sure, and I believe that back in Indonesia, the farmer or the cattle rancher is never hope that their kids will follow their step. Okay, it's not a real it's not real things that they want you to follow. All right, and for many reasons, for the youth, because it's a hardworking, it's not really rewarding sometimes, and they basically want you as the kids to choose something else. The fact that you actually choose the study on these kind of things, showing that you have an interest to replace your parents or to actually goes into the agri business itself, right? And that is a good thing. And I tell you why. Because the land, Indonesia, come on, it's very, it's the they call it Jamrut Katulistiwa for very good reason. The land is so rich, anything you plant can grow. Okay, and also have the third most populated country in the world, 260 million. Sorry, I think the fourth. So China is the first, India, America, and Indonesia. So the fourth. Okay? 260 million. What it translates to you? A demand of agriculture that never stop, which means an opportunity, isn't it? It's also the biggest market for your agriculture product. Even if you only serve a very niche market, for example, you only say, "Oh, I'm gonna become organic farm." Okay, so how big the market in organic within 260 million? How big? Let's say 1%, 26 million. Okay, and I tell you, 26 million is the whole people in Australia. And Australia is a continent, not a country, not an island. It's a big island. 26 million, come on. So there is something that you actually need to praise for where you are. You have the richest country in the world in the terms of resources. Okay. You also have the biggest, not the biggest, but the fourth biggest population in the world. If you look those things and turn to what you actually wants to do, you are in the right track to be successful people in the next generation, and you will, as long as you are patient with it. So what I'm just give it to you is the two fundamental factors that every entrepreneur look and see: the opportunity, how big, and also how big is the market. Those two, all right? So what is the journey to be an entrepreneur? All of them will have the same kind of step. The journey to be an entrepreneur is the same like any other business. And if we're coming back to the example, well, what actually Gary running, let's see the first things that he did. He maybe skipped the research part, okay? He maybe skipped the first step that he did. He maybe skipped what is this idea. But the first thing he did is to make a small step, which is very important. That making step is the one that make him now. Those step is the one that make him now, today, a successful person that doing the cattle fattening, all right? But to be there, you need to make the step. And he did, okay? And that's the same thing. In any other business, you do the research first. You know what you want, okay? You make a business planning, which he did, okay? He starts small, which is he knows, he make a plan. He have the parameters, okay? To know whether it's success or not. So he know when to bail out, to stop. That's a business decision. So he make a business planning. The third thing is that you remember that he told you on his presentation that his friend asked him. Okay, he also collaborate with other farmer, borrow. That's how he seek the funding. He don't actually seek the funding in the terms of money, but in the terms of service. And that is a clever way. People don't realize it, that not all those things need to be turning into money. I want you to invest 10 millions on me or whatever. When they heard about the money, people maybe think, who are you? And you not be trusted, or I don't know you or whatever. But if he present those to them as a service, you lend me the cow, I fattening it. If I reach 150 kilo, for example, okay, you actually get this much and the rest is mine. How people don't trust those things. Okay, so that kind of way of seeking funding other than conventional. Okay. He also creating a business structure with his friend, with himself. He make a collaboration, a partnership. All right. He tried to be legally registering the business and do the right thing, like register for the tax, business name, everything, and also have a license, permit that he needs to be able to sell the product and everything. And the obstacle is always there. And as you heard, that's the obstacle that it challenged him, but he never stopped. Okay. And that is come to, let's analyze him, what he got. And this goes to the 5 factors that I write on my notes. The first one, he got the passion. He loves to do it.
Yeah.
And why? Why not? Why you need the passion? Why you have to? Look, if you don't have the passion, when the first person told him that, hey, Gary, are you are you for real coming back to Australia, coming back to here from Australia, get a master degree, and you do not even different from us? Why you go so far away? Huh? Just go to Momere, or okay, go to Bali or whatever, you know. You're wasting your mom and dad money, you know. You big cuckoo, you know, and that's it. If you don't have the passion, he got stressed, he pull out. That's the first one. That is why you need passion, because the hours that you're gonna work as an agripreneur will sometimes will not be compensated. Okay, you might get this obstacle, people that piss you off, don't have a positive attitude to you. And how you fighting if you don't have the passion? That's the first one. He have it. The second one is perseverance. All right. I tell you in Indonesian, all right, those things means gigih, tekun, ketekunan. Okay. That is the ability for him to actually maintain in the focus on the goal. Even they have the hurdles. Permit 3 weeks not coming. Prepare 2 millions, became 4 millions. 2 millions without receipt. Okay. How? But keep stepping. He never give up. It's a never give up attitude that he actually have it. An agripreneur, an entrepreneur should. Otherwise, they give up easily. They give up early and maybe never see the success way or the success journey. Resilient. What is resilient? Resilient is about be able to cope emotionally, okay, to all these things, to all the obstacles, to all these trauma. Tahan banting, that's in Indonesia, all right. Mampu menghadapi tantangan, okay, that's resilient. He have it. He stay in the business. Other people say not a positive thing. Okay. Whether there is an obstacle, he keep going. Proactiveness. What is proactiveness? Proactiveness is the opposite of reactive. When you actually act on the base of something that been happen, that's called reactive. But proactive is something that you actually already think about it, that's gonna happen, and you actually preempted those things and have solved or even moving forward first to actually tell them and became a positive thing. That's proactive. And the last thing is the right attitude, the positive attitude. He's not have a hot head, people say, you know, easy to get angry, or what is called the willingness. They have a willingness. They have the positivity, flexibility, and acceptance. They also gratitude. He actually reward the person. He actually tried to make a win-win situation rather than win-lose. People will have a positive way with him, and that things, the attitude, goes miles away, bring him to the success, because people getting trust in him and make him big. That's attitude. So is there any people that actually perfect? No. So maybe you only have one or two of them. Is that all right to be an agripreneur? Yes, you are. If you have one or two and you think that you're not an agripreneur, that's wrong. What I'm trying to say is that, why? Because as human, we're not perfect. And that is why you do have a network and you do have a collaboration. What you need is the right attitude. When you collaborate with people, try to be upfront with them, try to be honest with them, try to be loyal with people, okay? And hopefully it will actually pay off. And collaboration and networking is the one that actually crucial to make the agripreneurship running. Although you don't have all the 5 factors. So in summary, what is the agripreneur can go, or how you to start it? Look, the entrepreneur can display interest in all kind of field. In the agribusiness, they call agripreneur. That's how you're going to be. To become an agripreneur, the process is similar with any other industry. All right, so you just need to know it. Ability to utilizing your skill and richness of the land and all the sources that I mentioned to you will give you a great potential for the success in the futures. Remember that all of you is unique. As a human, you are unique, and I want you to embrace it and use it for your advantage. Okay. Be open-minded to the future may hold in the agribusiness, because it's always constantly developed. You might find something, you might think something, you might, even if you're not an agripreneur, all right, but let's say you have a capital suddenly, and you decide to buy machinery or something, but you actually give a benefit, you're making business on it. Are you good? Yes, you are. It doesn't mean that every single one of you need to be agripreneur. No. Some of you will go as a research lab. Some of you will go to business. Some of you will be a cattle farmer. Some of you will be a farmer. Some of you will be working in the government administration. But if you're passionate of what you're doing and you actually put everything into your passion, then you actually never tired, and you actually wants to keep doing more. That's the thing, and that's the agripreneur inside of you. Okay, understand that agripreneur is about values, about the 5 factors, and everything is inside of you. The skill of it to be success basically can be learned and can be taught. So open your mind, and I wish you all the best on your futures, and hopefully we will meet one day, and
Thank you.
we can have a very, very brief or a long discussion about what you actually can achieve. That is from me, and I thank you all for the other presenters, and also Pak Edi and Bung Hari and Ibu Maria, who actually play a very good part on why I'm speaking with you today. If you have any question, I'll welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pak Aaron. Our time now is 14:27. So it's another 30, it's around 30 minutes left, yeah, to be arrived on 3 o'clock, when we will finish.
Pak Heri, di unmute dulu.
Oh, sorry, Pak Gary and Pak Aaron. Thank you very much, Pak Aaron.
Sama-sama, Pak.
For reminding, I'm talking still in unmute position. So, thank you very much, Pak Aaron. It's a very detailed expression from you. You and Pak Gary is come to the reality in Flores, in Nagikeo, where Gary is experienced himself, and Pak Aaron talking through the experience by yourself. So a lot of things we got. I am asking the audience in another half an hour. So we are now 14:28. So another half an hour to be arrived in our whole webinar today at 3 o'clock. So I see Ibu Wilhelmina Dede. If you have questions, and if you have a little bit difficult on your audio, then I prefer you to go through the Eddie's desk. Then you can speak from there. And Fabianus Lopi, yeah. Who will be the first? Fabianus, are you ready? Pak Fabianus?
I'm ready, I'm ready.
Make a question. You are pleased, Pak Fabianus. Come in.
I'm ready.
Pak Fabianus, please.
Oh, yes. Thank you for the time given to me.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Aku masa kita. Aku Pak Heri, Pak Gary.
Aku.
My name
is Mona.
Okay. Thank you very much for transferring knowledge from Mr. Gary about cattle fattening and trading in Nagekeo. And also Mr. Aaron about Agripreneurship. After hearing the knowledge for Mr. Gary, I'm sorry, I would like Mr. Gary to share his experience about how to feed cattle so that it provides a French daily gain great result from pilot project cattle 0,9 sampai 1,2 kilogram per hari, because it's so very great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Just before I answer, maybe just one device applied in Politeknik, so it's not a hearing loss in our side, because sometimes I cannot really hear what the question is. Yeah. So if someone want to ask, just use the device in the front on Pa Eddie's desk then. Cool. Thank you for the questions, Pa Fabianus. Thank you before to Bang Aaron, my senior in high school. I mean, that's too much, too much for me, man. Give me example. So yeah, to answer the questions from Fabianus, I think to reach 0.9 to 1.2 kilogram per day, should ask couple of students that been training there. A lot of students from Politeknik have been practicing in Anakoli. You know, the year 2018, year 2019 students. So it's not about only the cattle feed or what feed or what food put into the cattle, but it's about also discipline on executing procedures.
I see.
The discipline is the key. You can give any food to the cows, but if you're not disciplined, if you not have a specific schedule to feed your cattle, it's throwing salt to the sea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the discipline is the key. I think most of the people, most of colleagues, especially in Politeknik, you already know how to process fermentation cattle food. I think no better than me. I mean, I only learned from YouTube, but it's about executing or what the information you have on the schedule and this discipline of the procedure itself.
Yeah.
That I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Pak Fabi, is quite clear. Discipline is the point. Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Gary, Pak Fabi, and I look at the other, Maria Yolenta. Yeah, it's your time, my Ibu Maria Yolenta. Yeah. Silakan.
Thank you for the time given to my forum. My name is Maria Yolenta Mungia. I'm student for animal and nutrition. I want to ask question for Mr. Aaron Harun. How to be an agripreneur during the COVID-19 pandemic with minimal market access? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Pak. So Maria, you are asking about how to be an agripreneur in the minimal market due to COVID. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer, the direct answer for it. Okay, but for example, on every event that happen in the world, significant event, they always have actually an impact on the global market itself. It's something happening, and the world actually reacting and became what you call the new normal. I give you one example. Before September 11 happened, okay, the internet dongle, it's a thing like this. If you can see, okay, yeah, that one. It's actually already introduced to the market. The dongle can be used and bring everywhere. So basically, you can do your work anywhere in the world as long as there is a signal and you can actually trade. The attack on the two towers in New York. The towers is actually full with the people that work in the financial market. One of the biggest one is Merrill Lynch, okay? And after the attack, they still still wants to continue trading, all right? But all the cables, you know, the fiber cables and everything that provide them the connection, the internet, basically gone. Okay, and what I read those times was employees of Merrill Lynch stick and stay in the part of the building for weeks to continue their services to their client. And what they did was basically doing backward to the Stone Age using mobile. Sorry, not mobile. What is called the phone line.
Phone line. Because
mobile internet is not working. Yeah. But then those dongles is the one that actually been found that is actually useful because it doesn't need to have a cable for the internet. It doesn't need to have a line of phone to go to their internet. And since then, to be honest with you, it's booming. I use a dongle at my office. I don't use any cables, internet, anything. So something is actually will come up from this pandemic as well. But if you ask me what's going to be those things, maybe one of the answer that I know at the moment is that people actually try to actually plant themselves at home. Can you believe that? They're actually looking into hydroponic or even planting something at home for own consuming, and try to actually sustain those things themselves. Right. And will that be the other things of the agribusiness? Maybe. Yeah. If people can introduce the way that actually simple and maybe not dirty, maybe easy, it might be. So there is an opportunity of it. The other thing is that related to the agribusiness itself is that people now, they eat, they think about it. Why? Because what they want is maybe not on the market. You know, you go to the market because of the pandemic. You want to eat something wasn't there. Why? It cannot be bring here because the transportation is too long. They basically fading on the way. So what they need, new technology to actually preserve the agricultural product without degrading their taste, their vitamins. So those kind of things will be the next new norm. Maybe our food will come in a box. Yeah. So that's the opportunity of the agri culture within the pandemic. But I believe something will come up and will became our new normal. Hope that one answer your question.
Yeah. Anyone we are now 2:42. I think at least for the on our webinar is close to the end of time, and I on behalf of myself and all my colleagues and all friends and ladies and gentlemen in this webinar session, I thank you very much for Pak Gary and for Pak Aaron. At least for us, for the moment, from 4 presenters from this morning, from Dr. Eddie, from Ibu Mary Jane, from Pak Gary and Pak Aaron. First, I would like to say that for us in this Politeknik Wilhelmus, we are now step by step improving in English. At least we start now to have a chance and opportunity to learn in a way where we usually using Bahasa Indonesia. But for us now is a new challenge to study, to get more wider knowledge in speaking in another language. And in this time, we are all learning each other to get lesson to speak in English. So this is the first point I would say. And the second, I may conclude for the moment, and Pa Eddie from Wilhelmus will also made conclusion remarks. But with the whole term we have, the topics to be an agropreneur in this millennial age is a lot of chance. It's growing so far in life, but when we entering millennial age, technology is very fast growing and a lot of chance giving by the opportunity. So we need to improve, or at least we adjust ourselves with the technology, and especially in agriculture, I have learned this time, and I hope everybody in this session, then you can see that speaking about the agriculture entrepreneur, and it was very very wide aspect in there, nutrition, health, and you can see the opportunity from this kind of aspect. Then Mary Jane in her sharing today talk about a lot of business would be made from herbal business. It's come from our locally plantation is a lot in there in a agrarian in a agriculture way, and from Gary is a lot of experience in local passion as a young person who finished the study and back to the village and take chance and make more experience by himself. Then he knows that to start something big, we at least start from the small scale business, but a lot of things there you can improve. And from Aaron, exactly, I record the 5 factors that embody an entrepreneur. Aaron, you are the consultant, so you make everything clear in details to advise people to start a business. So 5 factors that including passion, perseverance, sorry for if my English is not so well, resilience, and proactive and attitude. Ketekunan, ya, ketangguhan, ya, menghadapi berbagai tantangan. Mudah-mudahan semua kawan-kawan di grup ini hari ini kita sama-sama saling belajar untuk bisa memulai dengan bahasa asing. Saya juga belajar dari bapak-bapak, dari ibu-ibu semua, adik-adik saya. It's a good chance for you to see your future by learning another language, then you can improve a lot. So saya kembalikan ke Pak Edi untuk memberikan catatan atau ringkasan, the conclusion remarks. Pak Edi, now is the time for you.
Like, thank you, Harry.
Yeah.
Even though my English is not so good, but I'm trying because it's an international webinar. Again, I would like to say thank you to Aaron, Gary, for the presentation. It's very interesting because it shows the reality. I think Gary and Aaron shows us the reality that we face here. Let's say Gary is the role model to be an agripreneur. Is it okay, Gary? Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. It is a story, Paron. Some years, probably in 2018, maybe. Yeah. Some students went to Gary business, a cattle ranch in Anakole, and have practiced for 3 months. So yeah, at the time they got something. Yeah, some students from accounting department, some students from animal feed program study. Yeah, so they get something, knowledge and experiences there. There are some points that are very interesting that and also give very basic understanding for the students. Yeah, let's say to be an entrepreneur. In this case, agripreneur. Yeah. What I can understand that is it is not technology itself, but also the values to become an entrepreneur or an agripreneur. Yeah, as Aaron said, there are 5. There must be patience, perseverance, resilience, and proactiveness, positive attitude. Yeah, it's not easy, but it's not easy. Yeah, and then Gary said, discipline is very important. Yeah, Gary, yeah, you said before. Yeah, yeah, and you saw it. You saw it to us. Yeah. I think that's I can give some remarks. Yeah, some, let's say, some points to or concerning with this 2 presentations. But yeah, the obstacles is language, of course. During this international webinar, we have the great obstacles. That's language. Yeah, most of us cannot understand or speak English well. So, but we are trying. Yeah, this is the first international webinar, and then it runs well. I think. Yeah, and Pak Heri can what's that lead us during the webinar. Speaking about the business, or to become an entrepreneur, yeah, there is a lot. There is a lot of opportunity. Yeah. So besides the obstacle, there is opportunity. as it was said by Aaron and Gary. Opportunities there. Yeah, our resources are great. Yeah, local resources are great in agriculture, in cattle, yeah, husbandry, animal husbandry. But the opportunity is there. But how our young people be motivated to become an entrepreneur. So that's all. I think Mr. Eddie, Dr. Eddie, or Dr. Eddie and Miss Jane, Miss Mary Jane, has give us a lot about technology. Yeah, technology itself is very important. Yeah, so by using technology, yeah, the agripreneur, yeah, they can what's that, manage their business, and then hopefully they can success. That's it. I want to say, yeah, again, thank you to Byron, Pak Gary, and Pak Dr. Eddie, Miss Mary Jane, and also Pak Harry. Yes, I want to say, and also thank you for all of us, and Pak Juan also as a host, and Pak Berto, yeah, and all of us, the students and lecturers, all of us that have joined this webinar. Although it is the first, but we have made the best, I think. Yeah, that's the best thing the best thing we can do on this occasion. Thank you for all. May God bless us always. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Eddie. And we are now next to the last moment for us. Pak Eddie, would be photo session again, or there is no photo session again, Pak Eddie?
Okay, okay. I will contact
before we close.
Yes, Pak Heri. Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to ask Pak Juan. Pak Juan, there is a photo session.
Okay, we can do it again.
Okay, photo session.
Okay. Please, everyone, turn on the camera.
Yeah.
So we have a few pages.
Yeah.
So photo session will be taken a few times. Okay. I will take the photo session for the first page. Okay, now for the second page. Just put on a big smile.
As usually. Thank you.
And for the third page. Okay, it's done.
Okay, thank you, Pak Juan. I would say a lot of thanks for everyone who support this webinar done, and even those who are in front and behind the screen, even those who are making this event might happen in Australia, in Indonesia, in Flores, and to all my colleagues. Yeah, thank you very much. And closing prayer, Pak Edi,
yes.
From you.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
There's a prayer. There
Yeah.
is one student. Any students want to lead prayer? What's the prayer? Esther? Mr. Kia, do you hear me? Is Esther there? No. Okay. me lead the prayer. Let me lead the prayer in bahasa Indonesia.
Ya, go ahead Pak Edi.
Baik, let's pray. Ya. Bapak Ibu sekalian, mari kita tunduk kepala, kita siapkan hati kita untuk berdoa. Dalam nama Bapa dan Putra dan Roh Kudus. Ya Tuhan, Allah Bapa yang Maha Baik, pada hari ini kami berterima kasih, terima kasih-Mu, kami dapat berkumpul seperti ini di masing-masing tempat kami untuk mengikuti webinar internasional. Kami menyadari semuanya ini dapat terjadi karena kasih dan cinta. Kami mohon berkat-Mu atas seluruh usaha kegiatan yang agar berguna bagi orang-orang muda kami, terutama mereka yang sedang belajar. Kami mohon berkat-Mu bagi seluruh orang yang terlibat, terutama para pengacara, Bapak Heri Suryatno, Ibu Mary Jane, Bapak Aaron, dan Pak Giri. Kami juga berdoa secara khusus bagi Ibu Reta Doi yang secara terus-menerus memberikan kami motivasi. Saya mohon berkat-Mu bagi keluarga ini agar selalu dalam hidupnya. Kami juga mengucap terima kasih bersyukur dengan berkat-Mu bagi saudara kami Pak Heri yang telah membantu kami selama kita ini. Ya Bapak, kami menyerahkan seluruh kampus ini dalam tangan-Mu, para mahasiswa, pegawai, dan juga kami mohon berkat-Mu bagi yayasan yang selalu memberi dukungan dan arahan bagi perkembangan. Dan juga kami mohon berkat-Mu bagi pemerintah, bupati, dan seluruh orang yang terlibat dalam kegiatan beri dukungan untuk bupati. Bapak, inilah doa kami mohon berkat-Mu bagi seluruh usaha kegiatan kami sore sampai malam nanti. Doa ini kami sampaikan kepadamu, dalam nama Yesus Kristus, Tuhan dan Juru Selamat kami. Amin. Dalam nama Bapa dan Pak Heri.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Edi. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Pak Heri.
See you next time, Pak. Next time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Pak Aaron, terima kasih.
Ya,
terima kasih.
thank you.
Pak Juan, terima kasih.
Terima kasih lagi.
Terima kasih Pak Geri. Ya, Pak Aaron, terima kasih. Thank you. Ya. Baik.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.